Hi, welcome on the stream. Today I'm gonna finish like this mock-up over there and probably make another pattern, of course, after the daily writing practice. And yeah, I also hello Eastside. I'm using this pen or this holder specifically for like 2 days, and it already has two ink stains. I have another one of those, and I think I have to put some finish on it. Probably also on this one, just for the future, but on the other one definitely before I actually start to use the other one. Okay, so the writing practice. Let's turn on the metronome. That's perfect, it shows you use it. Yeah, but it will eventually get dirty all around. Like just from my hands, it will have like darker spots when I grab it with my fingers and so on. So I definitely have to eventually put some finish on on the surface. Okay. And I think I will just cover it with tang oil, just because I have quite a lot of tang oil. Actually, what did I do with this can? I think I have it at home. But yeah, it was like 5 liters or so. And yesterday I got an email from a local, at least a local branch of delivery service, you know, the delivery company, saying that the silk fabric and the dyes are actually on their way to my house, like in Poland. They are already within Poland, so looks like I will receive them pretty soon. Like I was actually expecting today. I don't have yet. I didn't receive them yet, but maybe later today. Though usually when I get packages, it's somewhere pretty soon after, pretty early in the afternoon. So I have my doubts if it will get delivered today. And if not today, then probably on Monday. Okay, now I should change the speed. On Monday, unless they actually do deliver on weekends, because sometimes I don't know what is the difference, because I don't ever seem to pay more for delivery, but sometimes they only deliver stuff from Monday to Friday, and sometimes I get actually packages on Saturday. So I don't know, like, and it also seems that it's not company dependent. But just that sometimes I get packages on Saturdays, regardless of the company. And also I was looking for the shirt pattern and I couldn't find it. Looks like I just lost it completely. Unless it's somewhere under the table, like in here. I don't see anything. It's not like strictly necessary, but I wanted to compare the width of the back and so on. The angle of the shoulders. I'm gonna head out for a while. Hope you have a great stream if I don't see you again today. Okay, I'll see you later. Maybe today, maybe not today. And it's not gonna be super exciting stream because I'm just gonna continue doing some tests with the pattern, getting the pattern wrong, making a mock-up, redoing the pattern, identifying all the problems. So basically most of the time just drawing lines. Also, this is 34. Okay, starting again. With the dressing gown, first thing I'm supposed to do today. First thing I'm supposed to do today is finishing and trying out this mock-up. And I'm wearing commercially made shirt with oversized armholes, as pretty much every commercially made shirt has. And I wonder if this won't affect the fit of the mock-up. And also with this shirt, it's not only the problem of the armholes, but also just general fit everywhere around the chest. And shoulders, maybe even more the shoulders. Okay, this is 34. Now 35. And continuing the same exercise. And maybe now that I have a tip pen, that like the whole feel of writing is completely different, maybe I should actually go back to the previous exercises, especially one with writing mine. What were the other words? Mine, uses, and sell. Hello, Atom. And east side is gone. He went somewhere. And I made an upgrade. Now I'm writing with a dip pen. He went to the west side. He probably won't come back in that case. That starts in 30 seconds. Yeah, it is nice, though it requires more skill to use it, because like I would say that fountain pen is much more forgiving. In here with the dip pen, you can't just hold it however you want. As it matters, like the angle matters, like angle this way, and also rotation. It matters if the nib is this way or more like this way. And it seems, it like feels kind of intuitive that it should be like this way. So the like main plane of the nib being like straight towards the page, but at least in my experience, it doesn't seem to be the case. Like I feel like I'm writing a bit better this way, slightly angled. Like here, this way, I feel like it spreads tines too much. Although, maybe it's maybe I was putting more pressure before. But still, it kind of feels less consistent. Yeah, now I'm getting those darker lines on one side on downstroke, and that means, of course, that I'm running out of ink faster. And when I'm writing like this, it seems that it's easier to keep more consistent width of the line. How did you use relate the beat sound to pen position? Use relate beat sound to pen position. It has nothing to do with. I forgot about the zoom. It has nothing to do with the position. It's just how fast I'm moving the pen. Like I'm supposed to do about. Like this is 160 beats per minute, and I'm supposed to do about 160 ovals per minute. Unless you're asking about like in which part of the oval I'm at the beat, like on the beat, if I'm like up here or down here or so on. It doesn't really matter. I don't think I'm very consistent with that. I'm just like trying to keep my my movement in rhythm with the speed of metronome. I'm not really paying that much attention to like specific location. And that's the end of the practice. It seems that dip pens are quite consistent with antique hand woodworking tools. Woodworking hand tools. Well, not necessarily antique, but like old style, traditional woodworking hand tools. And the fact that they both are able to produce better results, but the user also have to be more competent. Like other types of pens, in case of dip pens and like modern electrical tools, power tools, in case of woodworking, do produce worse results, but are easier to use. You can just pick them up and start working pretty much right away. And with those older items, just in general, they are better. They produce better results, but they have quite a bit of learning curve. Okay, so that's done. Now let's start this. Change the title. and change the camera position. Yesterday, I believe it was quite high, something like this. Maybe lower. Okay, this should be fine. I can get rid of this. Okay, so yesterday I was supposed to do. I was supposed to finish this mock-up, close the shoulder seams. So in here. Okay, I will get actually behind the camera. Okay, a bit higher. Like this maybe? Now it looks weird because half of my face is cut off. Like when I bend slightly, it's still half of my face cut off. Okay, where was that? Here. And this end, this end. And now, now I have the problem that I don't see the monitor. That should be better. Does there exist a paper that can be sewn? Paper that can be sewn? Like a normal paper? Paper. This is a single sheet. 2 sheets. Here, paper, sewn. The problem is that it's quite useless because now, like, what am I gonna use it for? It's quite stiff, so I can't really use it for a mock-up or something. You blew my mind. What did you expect would happen? Like the paper was supposed to explode or something? Still it answered my question, not that. And it's also not that useful for any kind of like book binding, because this machine can go up to like maybe 20 pages at most, 20 sheets of paper, and like actual normal modern machine would be able to go through maybe 4. So yeah, not like 4. Okay, let's go with this one, ability of this one. So like 20 sheets of paper. It's not really useful for any kind of book. So even when you're like, okay, I wouldn't call it book binding, but just attaching sheets of paper together, even in the most simple method, you still have to do it manually and like pre-punch all of the sheets of paper and then sew them together. I thought if it existed, the paper had to be mixed with some material. Never thought regular paper would work. There are tiny books called signs. I guess the name a small magazine. Just few pages. With just 3 pages, it's probably easier to just staple them together. You know, like an average notebook. Okay, that's one side. And the other one. That's true, but you know, people like creating things. Yeah, crazy. I don't understand that. How can you like creating things? And I'm kind of only half joking in here, because I don't really like making things. It's just I want things, so I have to make them because I can't really buy them. Like I want a dressing gown. I want specifically this one of those fancy Edwardian dressing gowns, because this looks super nice. And I can't really buy something like that, so like the only option is to make it myself. If I had an ability to just like magically conjure stuff I want, like anything I want, then I would. I know what you mean. I create things because I want things. and what I want they don't even sell. Yeah, same in my case. I got so used to the fact that they, like companies or just other people in general, don't sell specific stuff I want, that most of the time I'm not even looking at what there is to buy, like what are different offers online and so on. I just assume that I won't be able to buy what I want, and I go straight into I have to make this mode. And I have to make it myself mindset. Sometimes there is even a possibility to buy something I want. Let's say there is some like good tailor in Poland, which is quite rare, but there are like a couple of them in the entire country, like literally probably like 5 or so. But that's like ordering stuff from them also has some problems. Like, first of all, it's too expensive and I can't afford stuff. I'm poor. And second problem is that I would be completely dependent on them, because like there are only handful of good craftsmen, so I'm completely dependent on the fact that they are around. And if they would, like, I don't know, die or something, or just retire, then I would be stuck with no source of getting the item. So I feel like it's a better option to just learn it myself, and to be, like, maybe not always, because, you know, I can I don't know, get into a car accident and lose both of my arms or something, but like in normal situations I should be able to always do it, because I already learned how to do it, and it being any particular skill, like just general case. Okay, and then I will force this open with some additional stitches again. Because I don't have an iron in here, and even if I had, then I don't know how well that fabric irons. Like how does it react to ironing? It's not any sort of natural fiber. Sometimes fabrics like that just don't want to get ironed, don't want to like accept creases at all. Maybe this one would, because there is like kind of a crease in here. But still, I don't feel like going. I'm too lazy to bring the iron back in here. I should probably finally get a separate workshop iron. But then I would probably have to have multiple of them, because if I were to buy a workshop iron, then I would like some nice antique iron that's actually heavy and actually usable for some tailoring. But then it probably wouldn't have a very good temperature control, so it wouldn't be really suitable for like synthetic fabric like this for all of the mock-ups. So I would probably have to have another iron, a bit more modern, that could iron in the lower temperatures. And then I would have to have an ironing board in here. I would probably have to make an ironing board. Because nowadays modern ironing boards, well, maybe not always, but usually are so flimsy that when I'm using one of those, I feel like it's gonna just fall apart. I could always just get some bigger piece of fabric and use this table as an ironing board. Some like piece of wool. Fold it a couple times. What happened to the music? I assume it's just loading because it's been a very long while since it actually broke. Maybe Pretzel is being slow. I'm quite amazed how bad they are at buffering songs. Okay. Oh, let's see. It stopped. Actually stopped. Why did it stop? I don't think stations on Pretzel just end. They should be probably just looping around. Next. Interesting. Anyway, continuing. Maybe when I'm spreading the seams open this way, I should at least use some cheap polyester thread instead of silk. Considering how much my wallet hurts every time I'm buying silk. Well, to be honest, every time I'm buying anything. Ad starts soon. Okay, this is ready. Now the shoulder seams in here. Maybe from this side. And the last seam. Okay, that was the last one. Maybe these shears are a bit too big. And also on the collar in here. This is start of the opening. Somewhere in here would be the end. And I want to pin down the entire thing. On the other side. Okay, so that's the mock-up ready, and let's see how it looks. How it looks, how it feels. I'm not sure where is the center line. I should probably mark this. So this is about 3 inches, and it was 3.5. 3.5 in here. This is the center line, and it would also overlap 3.5 inches on the other side, so 7 inches in total of overlap. So in here it would be 7 inches. Quite a few inches. This is supposed to be straight, right? Yeah, 21, 21. So from here, this is 9. And in here it's also supposed to be 9. Wait, no, that's not correct. This is 1 inch further. So if this is 9, then this is supposed to be 8. Yeah, now it looks perpendicular, roughly perpendicular. Same on the other side. Seven inches from here. Nine. Okay, 8.5. Yeah, because 8 would be in here. In the middle will be roughly 8.5. Again, 9 and 8.5. And now let's try this on. And it's supposed to overlap like this. Maybe I will put some pins in here. It doesn't seem to completely match. Okay. Maybe it's good. How does it look without the color? This doesn't lay completely flat in here. With a huge color like that, I don't think it would matter that much, because like practically all of the time this wouldn't really be visible. But still, I think I do want to do something about it. So what would be the reason in here? Like it's pulling up in here, so maybe our front shoulder measurement is too small. So in that case, the neck point in here would be a bit higher. And maybe also for the next mockup I should cut this without the collar to be able to to judge how well that fits. And also how are the sky and the back. I think it's quite good. I don't know if it's not a bit too loose in here. If it won't create too many folds, particularly in the back. This is dictated by what? Front part. This would be up to 21. 21. Half chest plus 2.5 to 3 inches. So it's adding, if it's 3 inches, then it's adding 6 inches around the chest. Like my chest measurement is, I think, 36. So 6 more inches would be 42. And yeah, that is a significant difference. Yeah, like right under the sky, this would be the thinnest point, the lower circumference. This is adding how much? about 3 inches, so 6 inches per side, 12 inches in total. And this would be 6 inches, and it's around here, so 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, it seems roughly consistent with the pattern. So I think this level of looseness is intentional. Like, this is how it's supposed to be. Although I'm still not sure about the back, because I'm worried that this will be folding too much, creating too many folds, or too big of a fold. Yeah, I mean, I can always reduce the back later. Because it seems like it would be an issue only in the back. And also, this is a different fabric, so it will also affect the final finish, how the fabric would flow. You can't really judge completely everything from the mock-up. And also the width of the shoulders. This ends up pretty much right on my shoulder. Do I want the shoulder seam right on my shoulder, or maybe a bit further away? Maybe I could bring it out like half an inch or so. So yeah, that was the experiment number 1. Now I will try to modify the position of the neck point a bit. And that means... Like, does it mean that I will have to modify the back? Maybe it actually doesn't. Yeah, back should be fine. Also, I don't need this. This is the front. So this is what I want to modify. Let's see, finish and try on the first mockup. This is done. Oh, I just remembered that I was depending on this automation and I didn't actually finish the automation. Automation of recording. Did it actually start now? Let's see. True. Okay. Okay, a bit more down. Okay, let's copy that. That's one of the lines. Another one in here. So that was the point, I think that, yeah, that was the point C, the neck point. And that's another line. That's another line. That's another line. And that would be it. Okay, now some modifications. This is definitely too short, and also for this. This will be the waist. Okay, and in here, right? This is point 13. Okay, from this side it will be 10.5 centimeters. 10.5 centimeters. It's in here. This is point 21. And working back 8 inches. This will be 13. And this was 9. So 11 inches for 21. No, wait. What? 12. Oh, right. 21 minus 9 is 12. 21 and 21. Okay, so this is the neck point, and I want to modify this slightly. Over shoulder, front shoulder. This is This is 11 and 3/4. I will try to make it maybe 12 and 1/4. What would be the standard size? Chest 36. Front shoulder. This is 12 and a half. How about over shoulder? Over shoulder in my case is 17 and 1/4. And in here, over shoulder is 17. Yeah, I think I will go with 12 and a quarter. Twelve and a quarter less 0.75 of the back. So that's in here. That comes up to 9.5. Or down to, if I'm subtracting, I guess. Down to 9.5, and in here, from point 13, 9.5 would be in here. Then from point 21 add 3/4. This was 9.5, so 10 and 1/4. And the intersection is somewhere in here. And now the rest. Sweep from 13 over shoulder measure. This is 17 and 1/4. Less 9A of the back. 17 and 1/4, and yeah, now I don't have point A in here. I think it was in here. A. 9A. From 17 and a quarter. is this much. Okay, then from the neck point, a trifle, where is that? A trifle less than width of the back shoulder. This is 7 and roughly a quarter. So this would end up in here. I don't need this many lines. Whereas some better eraser, bigger one. Okay, and in here, I think this will be 1/4. Yeah, they don't say anything. I'm guessing that's 1/4. Somewhere in here. Now I can erase this. This point should stay. And now connecting to here. This is neck point, the C. This is the start of this crease. From here up to roughly here. Okay, and we'll see how that looks. Okay, where's the end? Maybe this time I will actually make it a bit longer. Not with this. Where is the knife? Okay, and transferring this. And as I said, this time I'm not doing the color. I want to see how this part will lay on my chest. And this is waist. So let's go maybe 6 inches below the waist. And in here 6 inches. Now the back part. This is waste again. And then 6 inches. Here. And here. Ad starting soon. Oh wait, I didn't actually save the files in here. Save the task list. And it doesn't synchronize if it's not saved. Okay, now I will pin those two layers together. A raid from Tofu Senshi. Wait, not. No. That was... Yeah? Maybe? Oh. Yeah, Tofu Senshi. Right, and also as are in progress. Maybe I'll wait for a bit. Okay, ads should be over. So yeah, thank you for the big rate from very big rate, 77 viewers. Thank you very much for Tofu Senshi for the rate, and I'm making an Edwardian dressing gown, something like this. I don't know, like how well you can tell how it's gonna look like from just the pattern, but yeah, this is gonna be the blue velvet, dark blue velvet. It should actually be somewhere in here. Okay, here, this is gonna be the fabric for the main. This is gonna be the main fabric of the dressing gown, and this is gonna be some quilted silk, and I want to make it in kind of brownish color, I think. That's what I'm planning. I wasn't able to find any solid color silk twill, so I just ended up ordering white one and some fabric dyes. So I don't know, like I don't know what color will this end up being. Like I ordered two brown, like brown adjacent dyes, and you know, we'll see how it works out. And now I'm just starting this project, so right now I'm just trying out I'm trying out the pattern and making some mock-ups to see how this gonna end up looking like. This was my first mock-up, and I feel like there are a bit too many creases around the neck point. So now I tried to increase this distance a bit between where do I have the pattern, and here I tried to increase this distance. This is front shoulder measure, and my original one was I believe 11 3/4, and I increased this by half an inch up to 12 1/4. And now I'm cutting out the fabric for the mock-up. Then, well, I will cut out the fabric for the mock-up, then make a mock-up, and we'll see how things changed, if it improved, if it got worse. I wanna saw right now watching yourself. I'm putting some pins in here so that the fabric wouldn't shift while cutting. Okay, there may be one more in here. And that should be fine. Cutting this fabric feels quite weird. It kind of has this like constant resistance. Yesterday I compared this to like cutting through honey, because it feels like, I don't know, this fabric is viscous. As if it was sticking to the blades of shears. Like your scissors. Yeah, those are some nice antique shears, and they are not in a very nice state. There is some pitting in here. I have to finally dedicate some time to actually get them in a good shape, because right now I'm only always using about this much of the blade, because end in here doesn't really cut it that well, or barely at all. Vintage. Yeah, they don't really have any sort of date, but I expect that they are like maybe 100 years old, maybe like 70 or so. I also have a bit bigger pair. Like this is bigger than my forearm. These were quite cheap, very cheap. So I didn't really even look at that much into the description, any sort of like measurements. So I just looked at the picture and I thought, why not? And then I opened the package and I saw this monstrosity. Yeah, they are fairly big. I'm gonna get some dinner. Good luck on the project. Thank you, and see you around. I hope that this won't be too difficult. Like, this is not a very complex piece of garment. It doesn't have any structure. It's just lining. And it also is not supposed to be very tight around the body. So yeah, if it's pretty much that if it lays correctly, lays flat around the shoulder area, the chest area, upper chest, then it's good to go, because the bottom half is pretty much just straight. Where is the book? Yeah, in here. So yeah, in here the bottom part, pretty much right from the sky, from the bottom of the armhole. This is just these are just straight lines. So I'm not even making mock-up out of the entire thing, because there isn't much to mess up in here. So I'm only making mock-up of this upper part. It should technically be one of my easier projects, but you know, there is always room to mess up. So I don't want to be overconfident in here. It's not gonna be the easiest project ever, because recently, like 2 weeks ago maybe, I was making spats, and this is the pattern, so like the easiest thing ever, and I still made a mock-up for this. Even though I didn't have to change anything afterwards. I think that there is like most most amount of room to mess up is in the quilted silk section, and on the collar and the cuffs on the sleeves. Because first of all, I will have to dye fabric myself, and second, I never actually did any quilting. I'm not even sure if this will be good. This is what I ordered for the wedding, and I'm quite doubtful if this is thick enough. This doesn't seem very thick. Maybe I will have to use multiple layers, or just order something a bit thicker. Okay. And this edge. Okay, then some sewing. Let's pick up the machine again. Okay, so I want to make a seam in here. Actually, I don't even have to change anything. Turn around to lock the thread, because this is quite an old machine and it doesn't have the ability to go in reverse. So when I want to sew back, then I have to actually rotate the fabric. I'm sorry, I don't read Cyrillic. And I should probably like delete this message because I don't know what this says, and I'm pretty sure I'm like obligated to moderate the chat. So just in case it's something bad, I should probably delete that. Okay, now other part. I will just assume it's nothing bad. The keyboard is too far away. Okay, now does it have any sort of silentness? It doesn't really matter because it's a mockup anyway. Let's connect this side. This is the side seam. Okay. Oh, I forgot to go back. Lost in thought a bit. That should be enough. and back. And because I don't have an iron in here like right now, I was spreading open the seams by just adding a couple more stitch lines like this. And I should probably do this right away. Feels a bit more efficient. Actually, I don't even need to go back in here. It's not an important structural stitch. And the other way. So yeah, I'm just holding down seam allowances on both sides, like this. And I'm using this method pretty often to make the mock-ups, because I make mock-ups out of very annoying fabrics, just whatever is laying around. And those fabrics that are laying around usually don't really want to cooperate with pretty much anything. And especially with ironing, they just don't want to accept any creases. Maybe this one wouldn't be like that, but there is still a problem that I don't have an iron in here right now. I will of course bring it later when I will be like actually sewing. Not just making some experiments, when I will be using the actual proper fabric. And then maybe someday I will actually finally buy a separate iron just for the workshop, instead of constantly bringing over one that I'm using over at my house. Okay, now the other way. Okay, and the last part. So this is supposed to go like this. And it looks like we have an end. And back. Now I can spread it open. Oh, yeah, I have a loop in here. This seam is also done. And now I can close the shoulder seams. So attach this in here. And yeah, how much did I add at the neck point? This is the back, this is the front. So about a thumb's width. Roughly this much. Couple stitches on forward, couple stitches backward, and forward again. Then I can spread this open. All right. Maybe not like this. Maybe from this side. And in that case I can cut this off. I realized that I have. I just realized right now that I had a raid, so I have a bunch of new people in here, and I didn't say anything about my channel. I should probably have some kind of checklist for like whenever I get a raid. So yeah, I'm doing mostly projects. Various projects. There is no really any specific theme. I'm not doing just sewing. I'm doing also some woodworking, some electronics. Just the only common theme is that I'm making things that I need. Like I'm creating items that I need or want. So right now I want a Edwardian dressing gown like that because they are nice and fancy, and I decided to just make one myself, mostly because it's not really something you can commonly buy, as it's the case with most of the stuff I want. So one side is ready, and now the other side. So yeah, I'm making just various kinds of stuff, and then I'm also doing some other things in here, like recently, for past maybe a month at this point, I'm trying to learn how to write properly, and a couple of days ago I actually bought a dip pen, so now I'm writing with this fancy tool, and I'm using where was that? Here. I'm using this, the Palmer method of business writing. So in here there are a bunch of exercises how to achieve good control over your arm. So that's another thing I'm doing in here at the beginning of every stream. And then sometimes it depends on a day or on a project. Sometimes I do also play some games at the end of the stream. Mostly Minecraft, but I'm also open to other games. Modded Minecraft specifically. I'm doing it mostly when I'm not really busy with any other projects. Like sometimes, quite often, I'm just completely absorbed in a project, and then I'm not. Then when I start taking care of that project, so after recently, after the writing practice, when I start to take care of the project, then I'm just doing that for the rest of the stream until the end of the stream, like in this case, because I'm gonna be streaming for like 20 more minutes. My usual... Actually, no. Oh, I forgot to change the time zone because I had some issues. So I'm gonna stream for an hour and 20 minutes after all. Yeah, I usually have my computer set to UTC time zone, to UTC clock, and when I get logged out of Twitch, then I can't log in for some reason. Like Twitch doesn't accept the computer being in UTC time, being on UTC time. So I have to change to my local time zone, and then log into Twitch, and then change the time zone back, which I forgot to do today, because today was the day, one of those days that I got logged out, like some kind of browser cookie clearing schedule or whatever. I have to finally figure it out someday. Why is that happening? Because it's only on this computer. Like, this is not a problem with the browser, and it's like kind of okay. It is kind of a problem with the operating system, but only with this specific combination of a browser and an operating system, because I'm using Qt browser in here on Fedora Linux, and I'm also using a couple other browsers on this computer, and they don't have that problem. And I'm also using Qt browser on Arch at my home, and it also doesn't have that problem. So there is something going on with this specific combination of using both Fedora and Qt browser. Like, probably, maybe Qt browser stores all of the data in some spot that Fedora periodically clears, like some garbage collection, getting rid of all of the cache and temporary files. I always want to look into it because I'm annoyed by it, but I'm only super annoyed by this being the case, and this being a problem when I actually experience that. So only like on this specific day that it happens, and then I quickly forget about it. Same with my leaking roof. I only remember about it being a problem when it rains, and it doesn't rain very often, so it's almost never a problem. Cat in here, cat, and that should be everything. Now I want to mark 7 inches in here, because this is the width of the overlap. It's on both pieces, it's 3.5 inches from the center line. So edge to edge, it's 7, and here, and at the top. Now on the other side. 7 and 7. And now let's try this out. With a couple of pins. Okay. And let's see. I think now it's a bit too high. Or maybe not. I'm not completely sure. Maybe it would be fine. I do not have so many creases in here anymore. And also, maybe I shouldn't put this over a waistcoat, because it adds some bulk, particularly on the shoulder. This is quite loose in here. And I'm not completely sure if it's fine. If it won't create a gap. Maybe it won't because of all of this folding. Like right now, there is pretty clearly a gap in here. But when I fold it like that, create this sort of a color that's gonna be there. Then it doesn't really feel like there is much of a gap in here. Okay, pins. Yeah, I feel like this is better than the previous one. How is the back? On this way. It is very loose, but it does seem intentional. Like calculating all of this added ease that's included in the book. This seems consistent with the amount of additional fabric I have in here. And when it's gonna be too loose, I can always take it in a bit on the sides and in the back. Yeah, I think this is fairly good compared to the other one. Where is the other one? This one. So yeah, and here I actually made the color in here. And also this is much shorter. This is just up to, I think it's called natural waste. And on the other one, on the other mockup, I added 6 inches below. Okay, so in here I still have quite a bit of room in here, so maybe it's not really, like maybe the gap on the other mockup is not really an effect of the modified neck point in here. But this does seem to be better on the other one. Like in here, I have this fold in here. And I'm pretty sure that on the other one it's not a thing. Okay, then I have to close it again. Ad starts in 1 minute. Okay, and in here, yeah, I don't have any sort of fold in here. This is all solid, just a result of my waistcoat underneath. Seems like everything lays fairly flat in here. Okay, this way, this would be actually flat. And what is this amount? Less than 1/4 of an inch. And in here, where is that? Front shoulder, add 3/4 of an inch, and sweep from 21. So yeah, this length, in here. So the thing I reduced in here, this is this length plus 3/4 of an inch. I think 3/4 of an inch because in here this is in here. This is not super readable. I'm basically just guessing that this is 3/4. So I'm not sure if I shouldn't reduce that a bit. So if this is 1/4, then the full fold would be 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch is quite a lot. Compared to 3/4. Okay, how much fabric do I have left? Will this be enough for a sleeve? I don't think this will be enough for a sleeve. Like it would be enough for just the top. But I don't think it will go all the way around. Or maybe. Okay, first of all, I will have to make a pattern. So the pattern for the sleeve, I want to use the same instructions I was using for the morning coat, because for the morning coat I had a couple of attempts at the different patterns for sleeves, and all of them looked horribly, apart from the last one. This goes in here. This goes in here. And I don't completely remember where was that last one. It would be documents. Somewhere in here, unless I have this actually linked. Projects, morning coat. Morning coat. Not this. Morning coat. Attachments. How do I view attachments? Open. No attachments. Okay. Something in here, practical code cutting. I think it was this one. some instructions on the sleeve specifically. And these are trousers. Launch system. I think there was something, some book, the new code system. There was some book with a chapter specifically about making sleeves. Maybe it looks like it was this one. Yeah, I think it was this one. Oh, okay. Draft armhole 22 to U, diagram 2. Diagram 2. Okay, here. 22 to U, so with the entire shape in here. Diagram 2, as measured exactly on drafted line. Allowance being made for seams. Diagram 5. Okay, I will have to have two versions of that. Here, another one. And one will have this diagram too. I'm pretty sure I was using this one, these instructions. Like 86.7%. But I also vaguely remember that there was some actual illustration of a square being placed in here. Maybe it was on the incorrect one. On the instructions of the failed attempt. Okay, so this was the square. In that case, I'm even more sure that these were the instructions I was using. Sleeve drafted size, armhole, exactly as measured. Okay, so I will need the new piece of paper. And then I have to transfer both of those patterns. This is for the not this. These ones. This will be in the front, this will be in the back. Okay, so this is the actual armhole. This is the connection point. Maybe a bit lower, tiny bit lower, tiny bit higher. Okay, and then what are the instructions? Diagram 5, square lines AZ and AJ and AZ. AB is the same. Wait, what? Sleeve is drafted by the size of armhole 22 to U. So this entire distance, as measured exactly on the drafted line. No allowance being made for seams. A to B is the same as E to B of the back part, diagram 2. E to B. Where is E to B? Where is B? Okay, I see. So B is the depth of sky. E is like somewhere in here. These are instructions for a morning coat with a split back or a like double. I don't know how that's called, like with back being made out of two pieces. Okay, now in here, I would probably need another view at this PDF. And here, and the view at the sleeves. Okay, sleeve is rotated this direction. Okay, and now this would be point A. Point A. Square lines AJ and AZ. Z to here and J to here. A to B is the same as E to B on the back part diagram too. A to B. It's going down here. And for this I don't have exact measurements. So just let's say it would be in here. And down to the depth of sky. This is, I would say, 5.5. And this is A to B. 5.5. Next. B to C. B to C. So this is going up. B to C is 3/4 of an inch. And yeah, this is B, this is C, this is A. What's next? Square forward from C. A to Z is 1/2 sky, 8 inches for this draft, the sky diagram 2 measuring 17 inches. A to Z, half the sky. So I have to measure this, this entire line. This is 17 3/4. And just to be sure, yeah, 17 3/4. So this is 17 3/4, and half of that, right? A to Z is 1/2 sky. I assume that sky, they mean the length of this line. Sleeve has drafted out the sign of armhole 22 to U, diagram 2, as measured exactly on draft line. Yeah, size of armhole, so I assume that sky is size of armhole. The sky on diagram 2 measuring 17 inches. So yeah, that seems pretty consistent with my measurement. And half of that to Z. So half of that, 17 17 would be 8.5, and then 3/4. Up to Z. 8.5. And then half of 3/4 would be like this much. So 9 and 1/8, right? Not right. Eight and 7/8. So in here, this would be Z. A to Z, 1/2 sky. And Z is 8 and 7/8. Right? Wait, 17, so this would be 8.5, so 8 and 4/8, yeah, 7/8, okay. One-half sky, D to E is always 5/8 of an inch, D to E. And D is in here. Square from C. This is D. And E is 5/8 of an inch. And I assume I'm supposed to draw another line in here. Now, square from E. Square inwards. D to F is 1/3 sky. Now I'm supposed to divide this by in 3. Well, this wouldn't be super hard. Where is that 1/3 sky? Sky size. The sky says the size, but by the scale of thirds. Ordinary tails are. What? Anyway, 17 divided by 3 divided by 3. This is 5 and 2/3. So it would be something like this. Where is that? This is D to F. Where is F? Okay, F is down here. D to F. Now 5 and 2/3, and then add a quarter. So this would be F. Next, draw a straight line from F to A, to establish G to A. F to A, and looks like G is the intersection in here. This is G. Square up from G, GH is the same as GA. This will be point H. Next, G to H, Z to I is 1/4 of an inch less than 1/8 sky. One quarter of an inch less. 17.75 divided by 8. This is a great number. Maybe it would be easier 6/8 and 17 times 8, this is 136. 8 plus 6, 142 eighths. No, this doesn't help me with anything. No, never mind. So yeah, 1/4 of an inch less equals minus 0.25. This is almost 2. I would say it's 2 inches. And this is Z to I. I don't remember what version I was making of the sleeve. If I was making the one with equal parts, or with equal halves, or one with one part, one half narrower. Looks like I don't actually have the sleeve pattern in here. So it was one of those. This is number 2. There are multiple unmarked sleeves. But looks like all of them are equal. Okay, so I will continue with the equal halves. So, where did I stop? Draw straight line I to D. I to D. Straight line in here. Shape the top upper part as represented A through H, I to D. Okay, so something like this. And then it's supposed to go in a bit and into D. Okay, draw a straight line, shape the upper part, apply the width of the back to A and measure outside length. Apply the width of the back to A, measure outside length. I don't understand. And I did understand before, because I already made this pattern once. Width of the back. So like actually in here, width of the back. Oh, I remember now. It was like length of the sleeve measuring from the center of the back. I think. Apply the width of the back to A, measure the outside length to allow nothing for making, square across from J to K from J as to K and go to L. Okay, so J is on the bottom, then K, square across to K, go up 1.25 inches. Okay. Do I have size length of the sleeves written down? Here. I don't. I guess I can take one of those. So let's say the length would be somewhere up to here. This doesn't look very visible. Can I make anything in here to make it like on the camera to make it more visible? Maybe I could at least zoom in a bit. Okay, so it will be somewhere up to here. Okay, where is K? Apply width of the back, measure, allowing nothing for making, square across from J. So this would be J. This would be J. This would be K. And I'm supposed to go up. Go up inch and a quarter. Inch and a quarter, this will be L. And then how about M? To L, apply the inside line preferred from E to L. So E is up here. From E to L. The applied inside line go down from L to K, square across from K. L to M is 6.5 inches. To M, L to M, 6.5 inches. I hate when the lead is ending in here. 6.5 and M. What else? L to M, 6.5 inches, 3 for more or less according to taste or style, generally 1 inch. Generally 1 inch more than 1/2 of the band size of the short cuff. N is 1 inch less than halfway from E to L. N is 1 inch less than halfway from E to L. Halfway from E to L. This is 14.25. So halfway would be 7, this much, and this is 1 inch less. So this is N. Square across from N, draw straight line from B to M, establishing O. Square across, straight line from B to M. Here's M, here's B. Establishing O. O is on the intersection in here. What's next? Establishing O. N to P is 3/4 of an inch more or less according to style. So P is in here, 3/4 of an inch. This is P. O to Q is 1.5 inch, 1.5 inch more or less according to style. So Q is outside in here. 1.5. Yeah, 1.5. Not that much outside even. This will be Q. Next, shape the upper part as represented. Okay, so a slight curve in here. And even slighter curve up to point A. That should be enough. Then a straight line in here. Curve in here. Maybe first straight line as a reference. And in here. And then a bit of a curve. So this is the upper part. Now the lower part. A to R is 1.5 inch. Straight in here. This is R. Shape under part. So that's it. That's the only point, only additional point. This is supposed to meet somewhere in here. And going up. and then into here. Okay, something like this. And that's the entire sleeve. Now I can transfer this into here, because I will also have to cut out the inner part. Okay, then cut out this. Okay. So now this is one part, this is the other part. And let's see if it fits. Probably won't fit. I can always make a shorter sleeve because the length in here also doesn't really matter. Maybe I won't even have to. That fits really barely, or perfectly if you prefer. Okay, and the other part. And let's cut this out. And there is a fairly high chance that that tomorrow I will start making the actual dressing gown out of the proper fabric. And that worries me a bit because I still don't have all of the materials. There is a chance that the silk and silk dyes already arrived, because I was expecting them to arrive today. So that would be one part, but I still haven't even ordered the cord for all of those fancy details. For making the frock closures and the trimming of the pockets. I still don't know how those pockets actually work. Like, there is no information on making this pocket. I had to figure out that this even is a pocket in the first place. So yeah, I have no idea how does that work, and if the opening is between those cords here, if the opening is between those cords or maybe on the top, and if it's on the top, then like how does it work with the fabric on the inside? Because if it's cut in here, then it can go inside. Like, am I supposed to just attach another piece of fabric in here, right on the edge? That's something I will have to just figure out. Do some guessing, some improvising. And looks like that's it for today. It's already time to end the stream. So yeah, making this the sleeve would probably take too long. So I'm gonna finish this tomorrow, and then I'm gonna check how everything looks like together. And if everything is okay, and then I will probably start making the actual dressing gown using the proper fabric that I'm planning to use for this project. And then I will just figure out what to do from that point. How to deal with quilting, and with dyeing, and with all of this cording. So yeah, that's a problem for the future me. And thank you for watching. See you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, that didn't work.